Atoll Station. One battle station. We have 9 allies. We're going up against 24 enemies, and we are off with Shalsamon in first place. Mrs. Hyde is in second. Hopefully I've got my range kills. I need 3 ranged unit kills. Hopefully I've got that. Where the hell am I going? Where am I going? What did I kill? Come on, where am I going? What's over there? That doesn't register. Like, there's nothing there. Let me account for the, that may account for the extra units the game tells us are there if there's some ghosting. Well, I got an epic, thank you very much, and we're done. We've won. Shalsamom, oh wow, and I'm the only one left? Shalsamom is in first place, 5 kills, 6 assists. Mrs. Hyde is in second place, 6 kills, 1 assist, and Gator Paws is in third, 6 kills. We've got gold and no lady or captain. So, Shalsamom gets the gold. And we move on to the next map. Insane map before a gold chest. And before I do any of that, I need to clear quests. Oh, okay. That was a one-time. Good. I need to kill another epic. Okay, so it's 1 each. All right, so what do we have? We've got epics here. So let's do that. And I'm going to start myself here just to be sure that I go for them. It is past 8 a.m. for me. Time to visit the shop where monks get purchased. I'm above 20k. I got a refresh. And a monk. I am above 25. I get another refresh. And oh, that is that. So, half an hour to see how this turns out. Checking in on the viewer side where archers get purchased. I'm above 50k. I get a refresh. I'm above 55. I got another refresh. I'm above 60. And that is that. Not quite as generous as previous times. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Thursday. Fourth day of the work week. For those of you who work under that schedule, is there anybody who works a full week today? This week, post Christmas, post Hump Day. Yeah, I hope everybody's having a good week. Everybody's relaxing, enjoying the time off. For those who have it, I did relax yesterday. Overate. I did not expect to overeat. And like I did not overeat in a monstrous way. But yeah, full chicken pot pie and full apple pie with ice cream. For me, I fully expected leftovers. But they were not. Also watched Sonic 1 and 2, which were better than I expected. I'll be honest, any section with the humans in it was kind of not needed. Like, I didn't care about it. Well, except for Robotnik, like, but I don't know that he qualifies as human. Um, but yeah, it was a fun movie. I will. I don't know that I'm going to see it in theater. No, I know I'm not going to see it in theater. But yeah, I will see about watching the third one. Uh, Today it is a little special. Well, I'm not working on the World Witches. I'm working on the Captain's Heart today, this morning. And yeah, as this indicates, Alex is back to work. What information do I have about Alex? I do not have any information about his eye color. Interesting. Not surprising. Not quite yet at the point of thinking of people as male. I don't know if I'll ever get him there. And getting him there sort of feels like I have a goal of changing how he thinks about people, which I don't. But he is immersed in Kelsarian society, and Kelsarian uses male versus female. So I kind of figured that simply through osmosis eventually. Hey, oh, the Lady of Knights. Of course I did that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the raid. Hello, Shalin Panda. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. I am doing quite well. Thank you very much. How about you? How was your stream? How is your day coming along? How are your holidays going? Actually, you know what? This is gonna bug me. Stream was good. Must raid and run. Taking kitties to the vet on the unboxing day. What does the vet have a Boxing Day special? Alrighty. You have a good rest of your day. I hope the visit goes well. Hey, Flower Heart. Welcome to the stream. Very specific writing pain. Writing on a story, but can't find properly similar stuff to read and learn from. What are you writing? What type of story? Like you're searching currently 2000 superhero teen cartoon script. Are you looking just teen superhero or something more specific within that? Because I can give you at least one book with teen superheroes. I can give you the entirety of Invincible as a something to refer to for teen superheroes. Like, I don't know if the scripts are available, but the shows definitely are available. Okay. If you're looking for screenplays, then yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you can get the screenplay for Invincible, but I don't know if those are made available. Yeah, screenplay is not an area I have much knowledge of. Too adult for what you're working on. You may end up having to make it up. It's possible. It's entirely possible that what you are planning on writing will not be made at this point. If your goal is to sell, you may want to ask yourself the question why it's not being made. But that is only if your goal in writing this is selling it. Because at this point, there's usually a reason you're not planning to sell. Okay, then yeah, I mean, at this point, my advice is write it. Do the best you can, or actually, now, you know what? Look for adjacent scripts. You know, things that aren't superhero per se, or at all, but involve teen, written for teens. Again, I'm not good. Like, I couldn't tell you what is written for what. Teen Wolf, the TV series, might come close to that. It's supernatural, which is very adjacent to superheroics. And the show is definitely written targeting teens. Yeah, now teen cartoons? Yeah, I don't know that there's going to be a lot of those because you either have children or young adults. Stuff for teens? The teen market is almost... Okay, not market, but what I remember of teen is almost all live action. I cannot recall anything animated for teens. The stuff that I liked that was animated when I was a kid and teen might qualify for adult. Robotech was the big one. Goldorak, Robotech, the G.I. Joe franchise, the Transformer franchise. Okay, what have you watched as a teen that fits in there? Hey, Only Knives, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? What's up? Well, in theory, I am working on chapter 60 of The Captain's Heart. Not as good as me by the looks of it. You want to have a treadmill in your room while you write. Well, I don't know what your finances are, but treadmills do come in all kind of budgets. Any of those stuff were for kids, but characters definitely more teens. So, well, make a list of those titles and do searches. You've got one upstairs. Can you move your writing? Can you move your writing setup there? It's a heavy bitch. Well, my treadmill is one specifically designed to be moved under a desk. So it's a little more mobile. It's still heavy. Like, I'm not moving this. But it is, it has no handles, no front. It's just the treadmill. The display is connected via cable. You could, but you also have a laptop. Well, that makes it a lot easier. Just put the laptop on the stand and start typing. And then once you've done your walking, for however long you decide that it should be, you can just step aside to the table, put it there, and keep working. Blah. Keep writing. Or you can do what I do and just keep on standing. Manuscript you found, not Randy Cunningham, no Danny Phantom. Okay. Have you looked on Reddit? Have you asked Quora? Have you gone on screenwriting website or forums and asked about those or how to go about finding scripts like that? I vaguely know Danny Phantom and none of the other ones. Oh, actually, no. Kim Possible I've heard of. But yeah, ultimately, if you can't find what you're looking for, you may have no choice but to see what you can find and see what you can pull from that relating to what I have. Yeah, but you may end up being stuck using something like that if you can't find exactly what you're looking for. Yeah, there is a symbol there. I keep forgetting. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 52 enemies, and I get one epic. Oh, no, I got more than one. Okay. Gator Paws is in first place. Q-Wiz is in second. Gator Paws is in second. Arc 10 is in first. Moonlight takes over second. Sholsamom is in third. Moonlight, Arc 10, me, and others have killed epics. And looks like we're about to be done. I got my epic kill. Arc 10, Telemetros is in first place. 19 kill, 1 assist. Moonlight Baby is in second place. 11 kill. And Sholsamom is in third. 3 kill, 8 assist. We've got gold, and neither the lady nor the captains are in the battle. So, and then we've got a buster that no one is currently claiming. So, Mrs. Hyde gets gold, Moonlight Baby gets busted. And we move on to a gold chest before the super boss. Come back here. Here. I need to clear a quest. And I still need to kill an epic. You guys are armored. So, puppy. How about I give you a soul? And you kill one of them. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 35 allies. We're going up against 48 enemies. And come on, give me one. Oh, really? Moonlight, Q is. You guys have to steal my kill. Puppy. Puppy just wanted one of them. Mope is in first place. Gator Paws is in second. Zethral is in third. Ubron is now in third. Nope, Gator Paws is in second. Mope is in first. And we're done. We've won. I did not get my kill. Mope is in first place, 10 kill, 2 assists. Wybron is in second place, 6 kill, 4 assists. And Gator Paws is in third, 3 kill, 6 assists. We've got gold and no lady or captain. We have fairies and no Decanizer. Which means Vulcan gets gold. Wootfest gets dusted, and Gator Paws gets gold too. And we move on to the Super Boss. Where? Well, we got okay. Maybe I'll have a better chance on this one. Nobody snipes my curls. Let's go away from this guy. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Battle! Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 55 allies. We're going up against 30 some enemies, and I got my epic kill. Yes. The Sarge is in first place. Ruby Sapphire is in second. Saffron is in third. Mona Bear kills the boss. The Sarge kills another epic, and we're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place. 8 kill, no assist. Sergeant Kate Dog is in second place, 7 kill. Ruby Sapphire is in third, 4 kills. We've got Berserkers, we've got Centurions, we've got nobody claiming those at this time. So, Ruby Sapphire, Kogashuko, go Berserk, and Baneful Prez. Baneful Prez gets shielded. And we've cleared the map, and we move on to the other super boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the super boss. And I need to clear quest, actually. I think the Phantom has reset. Yep. So that will let me clear both quests. Come on. And what do I have for the rest of the 7? Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. I cannot do 7 in the rest of the day that I have. That's 14 hours, so yeah, ain't happening. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey, Duchess. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? How are your holidays coming along? If you have them. Um, I don't really have them. I don't really do holidays. I took yesterday off, and that was nice and relaxing. But I'm working today. I'll be working tomorrow. My next day off is going to be on Thursday, 2nd of January. I will be going discounted chocolate hunting. I do that every year. That and after Easter are my two big chocolate hunt day. Did some cleaning, trying to do some writing? Well, I hope you are successful at the writing. Hey, Witchmal! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? How are your holidays coming along? Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 48 allies. We're going up against 49 enemies. Arc 10 is in first place. Woodfest is in second. QIz takes over. That Support is in second. Woodfest is in third. Let's see. Arc 10 is in first. Support is in second. QIz is in third. And with that, we're done. We've won. Arc 10, Telemetros is in first place, 4 kill, 19 assist. Wootfest is in second place, 1 kill, 11 assist. And Texaporte is in third with 12 assist. We've got gold and no lady or captain. We've got Lancers, we've got Saints, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Duchess gets Sanctified. Darth Torlin gets gold. Kugo Shuko gets Lanced. Kuga Shuko. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the Super Boss. And I said I am not bothering with this one, so time for monks. Monks. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 54 allies. We're going up against 25 enemies. Sigma takes the lead. Koga Koga is in second. No, in third. Q is in second. Texaporte takes over second place. Kuga jumps back in second place. Sigma's in first. Texaporte is in third. Gator Paws has killed an epic. And who kills the other one? Oh, could have sworn there was another one. Kugashuko is in first place. 2 kill, 15 assists. Texaporte is in second place. 8 kill, 6 assists. And QS Creates is in third. 1 kill, 11 assists. We've got Busters. We've got Healers. We've got Saints. We've got nobody claiming any of those. So, Gator Paws gets Sanctified. Darth Darlin gets healed. Kugashuko gets busted. And I move on to getting scrolls. And then we go on to an insane battle on the way to the super boss. And another monk. And we're gonna go up here. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey, Mango King! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You will give me a single archer. I will do my best to make optimal use of them. Contain my enthusiasm? Oh, no, 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 no. I will not contain my enthusiasm at your generosity. Hey, Cypher! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Fueling up in there. Ready to rumble. Cool. A wise man. One more archer. Oh, cool. Yes, of course it's a net positive. Yakla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Said ruining your sleep cycle. You're fine. We're moving your chapter 1 to Google Doc. Show Popular Conqueror. And you saw it was 1 a.m. Cool. How's the writing? The writing is coming along nicely. Quite pleased with the chapter. Jeremy has officially lost his job. AI is such a scary reality. Tested putting in a few chapters of your story was gripping desk until your knuckles turned white. Revision made your old draft sound bumpy and long-winded. You're writing after work later. Well, unless you are a writer with a decade of experience, it's kind of normal that you're, that older draft will not sound perfect. And, practice makes better. I gotta get busy, but you'll be lurking. Thank you very much, Cypher. I hope your day goes well, too. You're gonna give me a second, Archer? Wow. Thank you very much. You're welcome. This is the first time you've used StreamRaider. Ah. Signed up to see if it would be fun. I I find it interesting. Um, to be fair, as a captain, I use it mostly as a timer. As a viewer, when I'm not writing, like in the 2 hours before I write, I throw stuff. Is it fun for me? I don't know. That might be an exaggeration. It's something to do, something to keep me occupied. Initially, it was something to puzzle out. A little cherry on top of productivity, yeah. That interesting. Okay. Da, 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 da. So next chapter is this. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 56 allies. We're going up against 59 enemies. Severed Marlin is in first place. Arcten Telematros is in second. Insoraptor takes over third. Catacrack is in second. Marlin is in first. Arcten is in third. Tickless takes over third place. Catacrack, Warbron, and others have killed epics. And we're going for the last batch. Starbuck, Woodfest kills the boss. The boss. Starbuck kills an epic. Catacrack is now in first. Marlin is in second. Jumps back to first. And with that, we are done. Severed Marlin is in first place. 6 kill, 15 assist. Catacrack is in second place. 18 kill, 2 assist. And QS Creates is in third. 10 kill, 6 assist. We've got gold and no captain. We've got berserkers, we've got vampires, we've got nobody claiming those at this time. So Ginger Gamer gets bitten. Baneful Prez gets gold, and Severed Marlin goes berserk. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the super boss. And it's time for another monk for me. And let's go here. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. Holy cow. It's time for me to take lunch. Totally forgot about that. Lost track of time. I will do my best to return in time to run the battle. If I cannot, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 53 allies. We're going up against 71 enemies. And we're off. Insoraptor's in the lead. Ginger Gamers in second. Marlin is in third. Insoraptor, Marlin takes over second. Ginger Gamers back there. Marlin is up. Marlin's back in third. Insoraptor's in first. Ginger Gamers in second. Severin Marlin is in third. As we go after the last batch of enemies, and we are basically done. Well, after we take care of these last, now we're done. We've won! Ginger Gamer is in first place, 6 kill, 12 assist. Severin Marlin is in second place, 5 kill, 12 assist. And Insoraptor is in third, 4 kill, 13 assist. We've got Shinobis, we've got Centurions, we've got nobody claiming them. So, Ginger Gamer gets a Shinobi, Severin Marlin gets shielded. And we move on to an insane battle before the super boss. And another flying rogue on my account. Alrighty, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 65 allies. We're going up against 70 enemies, and we are off. Marlon takes the lead. Baneful Prez is in second. Arcten is in third. Arcten takes over second place, takes over first. Marlon is in second. Baneful is in third. Tigris, Wootfest, me, Phoenix, and possibly others have killed Epics. And let's see. Starbuck is in first place. Arcten is in second. Tigris is in third. And with that, we're done. We've won. Starbuck is in first place. 5 kill, 15 assist. Arcten Telemetros is in second place. 5 kill, 9 assist. And that dork Tigris is in third. 14 kills. We've got Lancers. We've got Barbarians. We've got Lego heads. We've got nobody claiming those. So, Phoenix Odubon? Phoenix Odubon and Moonlight Baby get lanced. Bilbus, Helpful Onion get Barbarians. Arcten Telemetros gets Legos. And we move on to the Super Boss, where it will be more monks for me. Alrighty, and you know what? Let's go here. I don't have anything. Yeah, I don't. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. The lady writes, are you there? I will send her the information via Discord then. Okay, today, there we go. Alrighty, let me do a bit of cleaning here. Copy. Alrighty. Captain, welcome to the stream. Your clock has been updated. And I shall wait for Angst. Today will be a slightly different than those who have been around may have been expecting. Hey, Angst, thank you very much for resubscribing. I don't. Do I fill up? You give me what you want me to read, and I will read it. Also, thank you for your Patreon support. Yeah. So yeah, we are revisiting Trokim, and this takes place a few years after the previous story with him. Alrighty, and are we ready? You hope so. Well, we shall find out. Gunter hesitated in front of the red-painted door to the huge, ominous building. It towered above the street a full 3 stories on one side and 2 on the other, with soot-black plaster between red-painted timber. This was the building attached to the garden where Trokim's had disappeared, but Gunter couldn't tell what sort of place it was. Sanguine Horse made it sound like a hackney stable, which it clearly wasn't, or possibly a tavern or an inn. But if it were an inn, the door should have swung open when he turned the handle, but it seemed to be barred from the inside. Nor did it look like any of the other buildings on the street. It was in better repair, for one thing. Following his old friend, Gunter was sure it had been the same Trokim he'd known as a boy. From Northgate Market, he hadn't noticed how run down the neighborhood around him had become. He'd been warned about the danger of the big city often enough that he'd be hard-pressed to explain to Uncle Sylvester if he got robbed in Northgate Market or near the inn where they'd taken a room. He'd told Gunter to be wary. He told Gunter, okay, yeah. The he here is a little confusing, but because we've got Gunter after the fact, probably doesn't need to be changed. It is one of the issue third person encounters a lot. How to differentiate multiple male character in a narrative, because you don't want to always repeat the name because that gets exhausted. That gets bothersome. But then having E all over the place becomes confusing. And for reference sake, it's why many a times my encounter with background character will be between somebody of the opposite gender, just so I don't have to deal with that. He told Gunter to be wary, mindful of muggers and pickpockets. He was sure looked around even the best patrol corners of the big city. Only Aunt Melora's intervention had won Gunter's freedom in time to follow Trokim from the market. It wasn't flattering her claim that a healthy young man had needs, and that indulging Gunter's folly in chasing after the blonde man would get it out of his system faster than keeping him close. But she had convinced Uncle Sylvester, or at least made him relent, and that was the important thing. This is a big paragraph. More about the danger. I would probably, and to be clear, it doesn't need to be cut, to be broken up. It just feels like a yeah. And the reason is that while we're still dealing with the same ultimate subject, it's a new point of view on what's happening. It's it's still about Trocan. It's still about Gunter. It's still about him going, escaping the market and his family. But it's now about how Aunt Melora proceeds to make it happen. Except that now Trokim had gone down an alley between two buildings and disappeared into what was clearly a private garden. Even Gunter had more sense than to trespass on somebody else's property. They might not have a territorial bull to enforce their privacy, but he was sure city folks would have something just as bad. So he'd returned to the front door. Okay, I would. What happened to my cursor? Right, that. I would put that here. And then break it here. And the reason is that this is a direct follow-up to to this thought process. Trokem enters the garden, and he has more common sense than to just barge in. So he went to the front door. And then after that, it becomes a subject of describing. I would keep it. I mean, at that point, it's very much, it's very much tone, style. If you feel that in this way, so no longer work, yeah, you drop it, and it's still there. Personally, I think that it still works because it's, maybe turn this into either a semicolon or a comma, because it's all of this, so he did that. To me, it still works. Again, style, so, make the final decision. And after that, it's about describing, the front, describing the establishment. It faced directly onto the street, after all. It was a public space. It was a public space, and if the building wasn't an inn or shop to welcome people from the street, it might still be some sort of lodging house. If people kept their rented room for months or a year, there would be no reason to invite strangers in from the street. But he could still knock on the door. He could ask whoever answered if they knew Trokim. It would be easy, no trouble at all. In the street, glow, clutching, simpering, sling against her chest. She looked at Gunter strangely, but say anything. I'm not sure that we need in the street here, because we've already established where Gunter is. So, by default, we are expecting the woman to be in the street, and you would want to clarify if the unexpected happens. Okay, then I need to ask, are you going to be in third person narrow or wide? Okay, if it's going to be narrow, then you may want to rework this to make it to indicate that this is Gunter noticing, so possibly out of the corner of his eye. Because right now it's very neutral. We are simply seeing that. There's no indication that we've remained in Gunter's point of view. And as such, if you know, the way I would do it, like again, like with changing this as little as possible, I would just remove in the street because everything's implied. If you know, if the mindset is he's very focused on the door, then to keep it in the point of view, it's about just indicating, okay, if he's focused on the door, how is he noticing her? Because otherwise, we are in third person wide. So, yeah, just something like out of the corner of his eyes, or he glanced to the side from looking at the door, then we can have the description. Hey, Alden, welcome to the stream. Sorry, Aldis. What did I say, Alden? Hey, Aldis, welcome to the stream. How was your stream? How is your day coming along? A woman covered with covered hair and threadbare cloak passed, clutching a whimpering sling against her chest. She looked at Gunter strangely, but didn't say anything before hurrying past the dark building's bulk. Gunter licked his lip. Maybe he was being foolish, as Aunt Melora thought. Trocken might not even remember him. What would he say to him anyway? Hi, remember here? Remember me? Your hair's still really pretty. He'd feel like an idiot. Hey, Desdemona! Welcome to the stream. You're going to lurk for a bit since you need to get some work done. Alrighty, well, thank you for dropping by. Enjoy your lurk. I hope work goes well. Inspiration, yeah. Yep, that works. Who was he kidding? Your PC is crashing. Ooh, maybe it needs a break. Maybe you're overworking it. You need to be more. You need to be gentler with your PC. It's, you know, it works hard to make your streams happen and all that kind of stuff. You know, be kind to it. Get a PC that enjoys the rough stuff? Yeah. I don't know if those are really exist these days. It seems like they're being trained to be more and more delicate. They find high demand really hot? Well, oh, who was he kidding? He already felt like an idiot. People assume he was all the people assumed he was all the time. And he wasn't. He just got distracted. He was, I would say he was one. Uh, because idiot is a thing. And, you know, he tends to relate to being, well, actually, maybe it's just me. Or, okay, or maybe people always. I don't know. Gonna get some food, Eldest. Alrighty. Enjoy your food. Thank you very much. I felt like an idiot. He was, and he wasn't. Okay, yeah, that's sort of the direction I was, that I was aiming for. And he wasn't. He just got distracted. Like when he was standing in front of a locked door, debating whether to knock, overlooking the bell cord hanging through the door frame, right in front of his nose. Gathering his wavering determination. I mean, in this situation, I would mark this as something to ask your other better readers about, how they feel about it, if they understand what you're referring to. If they all understand what you're referring to, then clearly it doesn't need to be changed, and I'm the exception. Gathering all his wavering determination, Gunter tugged the cord. Inside, a bell sounded, and then nothing. Gunter continued to stand in front of the door. He'd heard it ring. Surely there wouldn't be a bell if the people inside didn't intend to answer. Finally, he heard the scraping of wood against wood that betokened a door being unbarred. Because we already have, the door here being referred to, this could be replaced by it. It opened to reveal a tall, elven woman dressed in layers of some floaty green fabric that reflected the light like sun filtering through spring leaves. Her hair was not blonde, but a pure buttercup yellow. Her skin was pale, not the white of a birch outermost bark, but the warm beige of the second layer down. Gunter was a lanky man, one of the tallest in Greenmount, for all that he weighed less than a 3-month piglet. I really like the ways you're establishing not just where he's from, but the kind of societies there. The way that he compares everything to the trees that exist around there, that he compares weights to other things rather than using measures. I really, really like that detail. Still, he had to look up to meet the elf's eyes, and they were a green so pure as to make his own look like pond water. There was a strange elegance to her, too. So, unlike his own clumsy height, even in opening the door, she moved like tree branches in a gentle breeze, or like a dancer. Gunter had never seen an elf up close before. Were they all like this, or was the one in front of him special? May I help you? The woman's voice was kind, but her smile suggested curiosity, and there was evaluation in those two green eyes. Gunter swallowed hard. He took up his hat and held it in front of his chest. He felt like he had as a little boy, calling at the manor house to see whether one or another of the servant children could play. This place didn't look like the sort of place a great house would reside. A great household would reside, but it didn't look like anything else either. Good day to you, Magistra. I wonder if you know a man by the name of Trokim? 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 Her gaze sharpened, though her tone remained calm. Yes, I know him. Is he expecting you? No, Magistra, he's not. The brim of the hat crumpled in his fist. Why hadn't he called to Trokim in the street, rather than following him home? Or to wherever here was. Gunter had thought it more polite to let him get his shopping home before distracting him, but that wasn't working out as well as he'd hoped. We were friends once as children. I saw him in the market and hoped to renew our acquaintance. The elf frowned slightly. I had understood that Trokim grew up outside the city. Yes, Magistrate, we did in Greenmount, but my uncle's family is here for the horse market to look at the colts from working stock, or maybe a stallion if the temper's right. He was babbling. Gunter tried to get his tongue under control. Think, man. What would the woman want to know? Had he even given his name? He swallowed again, transferred his hat to his left hand, and held out the right. My name is Gunter, from Greenmount. I was 2 years behind Trokim in school. I see. That would make you 22 years old? Yes, Magistra, or nearly so. Nearly? One yellow eyebrow rose to a perfect arch. How old are you, Gunter from Greenmount? I'm in my 22nd year. Why was he arguing? Why did she even want to know? Gunter's stomach did a flip, but he'd come too far to head back to the inn with nothing to show for it. I haven't had my birthday yet, that's all. I see. The Verusian hadn't left her gaze, but it was cooler now. And when is? Oh, of course that's why she's asking. Sorry, it took me a little while. It took to realize why. Knowing that is important to her, to the sanguine horse. And when is your birthday? Gunter tried to look away, but couldn't. He swallowed hard. Quartus Terra 16. 4 days before the end of the year. This explains much. The woman's gaze traveled from Gunter's shock of unruly hair down to the cabbage eyes. Yeah, down to cabbage dye mauve tunic and loose hose to his travel-stained pink boot. By the time her eye reached his face again, Gunter's cheeks were blazing, but he held his ground and his tongue. She smiled and stepped back, holding the door for him to enter. Perhaps you should come inside while I tell Trokim you're here. It wouldn't do to interrupt his work only to have you bolt from the doorstep before he could come to greet you. No, Magister, I won't bolt. Gunter ducked under the elf's arm and into the shadowed room beyond. Behind him, the heavy wooden door swung shut. The sound of its latch falling into place was loud in Gunter's ear, but the elf's long leg had already carried her to the other side of a lectern. She took something from a cubby on the far side and bent in front of the dim coal of a banked fire. Light flared, and she stood up with a lit lamp in her hand. She set it atop the lectern, illuminating a dark paneled room divided nearly in half by waist-high fence. I will ask you wait in here while I talk to Trokim. You may have a seat if you wish. Gunter looked in the direction she indicated, a leather-top bench backed onto the fence on the opposite side, on the opposite wall. On the opposite wall, another faced it. Thank you. Give me a moment. Of course, we always want our guests to be comfortable until they choose otherwise. Without further explanation, she passed along the opposite side of the fence, let herself through the door it protected, and disappeared. Gunter stood awkwardly in the middle of the vestibule. What had she meant by comfortable until they choose otherwise? Was it some sort of threat against misbehavior? Gunter didn't want any trouble. He just wanted to connect with a friendly face in the big city. Other than the benches and the fireplace on the far side of the lectern, the room was relatively empty. He supposed when they were opened there'd be somebody at the lectern to greet guests and escort them through the fenced-off door, but the delay in answering when Gunter rang, in the dim state of the room when he entered, made clear that they weren't open. And that was strange. It was really early in the afternoon. That had been one reason Uncle Sylvester was reluctant to let him go. There were still potential customers to serve in the market. Wait, what? Family is Uncle's family is here for the horse market to look at colts from working stuff. Um, This reads as if they're here to buy a horse or horses, and having him stay because there might still be customers to serve. Ah, okay. Considering that he's babbling a little bit, this is something that you could probably easily insert in this paragraph. You know, something to the effect of to look at calls from working staff, or maybe stallions, if that's right. To buy tree, to buy fruit. Like, you know, he's babbling, so it would fit there. It would be. So there were still potential customers to serve in the market. So, what sort of place would close this early in the day? He supposed it might be like a paid version of the spread the Domine put on when they called in all their tenant farmers to help with the harvest. Yes, yes, it is. If he'd missed breakfast and people were staying in the field for lunch, that would explain it being empty at midday. They were heading into Festival of Air. So harvest was possible, but he hadn't seen a single field since entering the city. Gingerly, Gunter seated himself on the bench against the wall. The top gave slightly under his rump, more like a pillowy cushion than a sturdy leather saddle, and Gunter didn't know what to do with his hands. He folded them in his lap, decided it might look strange, and refolded them differently. Why couldn't the elf have taken him back to wherever Trokim was working? Rooms like this, arranged for visitors' comfort and insulated from the actual work of a household, weren't for people like him. Besides, he'd never been good at waiting. Alrighty, we will have an advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 58 allies. We're going up against 66 enemies. And Snoopy is in first place. Neon Hollow's in second. Darth is in third. Zucker kills an epic. Snoopy is is still in first. Neon is in second. Catacrack takes over third. Moonlight, nope, yep. Catacrack is now in second. Neon is in third. Catacrack jumps to first. Snoopy is in second. Neon is in third. Let's see. Woodfest and Zucker kill epics. And what do we have left? A few down there. I don't even know what that is. And we're done. We've won. Snoopy is in first place, 6 kill, 14 assists. Catacrack is in second place, 11 kill, 4 assists. And Neon Hollow is in third, 11 assists. We've got Musketeer Berserkers and Lego Heads. We've got nobody claiming those. So, Darth Torlin and Sublime get muskets. That Dortigris Catacrack go berserk. And so Raptor gets Legos. And we've cleared the board, so we start again. And there's going to be a gold chest. So, hard battle towards tomorrow's gold chest. and half an hour to see how this turns out. Finally, the door in the dark wall on the other side of the fence opened, and a blond man stepped cautiously through. His eyes felt on Gunter immediately, but it took a moment for recognition to light his eyes. Gunter? Gunter nodded. You do remember me then? Gunter, Mariki's son. I was, yes. Of course, Trokim wouldn't know. He'd been sent off to apprenticeship the year before things came to a head with Mariki. Gunter hadn't heard news of Trokim, even in so small a town as Greenmount, so Trokim couldn't have heard local gossip in the big city. I live with my Uncle Sylvester now. Concern wrinkled Trokim's forehead. I hope your mother remains well. Better than she deserves. Gunter gritted his teeth against unwarranted revelation. You remember Mishi's father acknowledged her after his wife died? She's living with him now and taken to the forge like it's her own, like it's in her blood. She worried that her half sibling would object, but the youngest of them was settled into apprenticeship before she moved in. They'll be placing her in his sister's household over in Hillgrove next year. Okay, what is that exclamation point? What is the exclamation point about? Because here we've got gritted teeth, which by definition doesn't really lend itself to raising your voice. You remember Mishi's father. Okay, wait a minute. His sister? We may be missing some sort of transition. Because I have nothing here that makes it clear that the issue we're going you see, the issue here is that even here, the her here makes it feel like it's referring to his mother. Would it make sense for the father's name to be known? Or is the fact that they don't have the same father and really, really important? And I say I mean it in this specific context. Because if you remember, name of father, acknowledge my sister or half sister, if you want to establish that they're not that they're from a different father. after his wife died, she's living with him now and taken to the forge. Um, I understand that, but is it important to this? Or let me rephrase it differently. Is it important to Gunter that he would make a point of reminding Trokim or of that fact? And it leaves me wondering what unwarranted revelation, because he is saying a lot here. But then again, it could be stuff that Trokim already knows. Um, another way that, okay, all right, another way. Okay, here's something that I could see conveying something of the same information. Some information. Anyway, so here's what could be done. Oh, sorry. What I think could be done. And here, depending how we could go half sister, if you want to imply that Gunter is a little iffy about his relation with her, which doesn't sound like it is, but you see, um, something like that. Instead of asking him if he remembers an event, you know he's asking him if he remembers a person, his sister, and then establishing her situation. um, and then you can continue. She's taken to the forge like it's her blog, like it's in her blood. um, but something like that clarifies who he's talking about. um, and what her situation is, and maybe um, because we have this gritted teeth situation at the start, maybe indicate someplace where his mood changed, since now he's talking about his sister. You know, if you can indicate, that the excitement is building, you know, the exclamation point won't feel quite as out of place. And since it's no longer, like I thought, about his mother, showing the shift in emotion could make sense. That's wonderful. Uh, is his sister a Smith as well? Okay. Whose sister? Now I'm definitely a little, that's wonderful. Is his sister a Smith as well? Whose sister? Or, well, no, actually, could not, this could not be a thought since we're not in Trokim's head. Hey, Hot Creamy, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Is father's sister. Is there a reason he brings her up? She's worried her half sibling would object, but the youngest of them still in apprenticeship before she moved in. They'll be placing her. Oh, I see. They'll be placing her in his sister's household. Over. Okay, got it. That's the little detail I read over and didn't stick. Got it. That's the sister. Is his sister a Smith as well? Trokim circled around the lectern at the end of the fence. You're okay. What are you late to? This is a read and comment. This is a story that Angst has written, and this is something I offer to my viewers. I do it every Thursday-ish. And basically, I read and I comment. Basically, I give my thoughts and opinions on the writing. I am not an editor. I want to make that clear. I'm a writer. But, I'll point out things that that don't quite work for me. And, not as in this is wrong, but as in this may need clarification. I do debugging for stories. And yeah. And, that's wonderful. Is his sister a Smith as well? Trokim circled around the lectern at the end of the fence, paused in front of the couch facing Gunter. Is there a reason we're sitting in the vestibule? It's safe to come inside, We don't just grab people from the dining room to beat them at random, especially before we open. Gunter blinked. I never thought you did, but the elf lady told me to wait here for you. Oh, right. We tend to be protective of our household members until we know who someone is, but there's no need to stay out here. Trokim offered a hand to help Gunter up. His skin was soft, but the grip firm. We can grab a table in the buttery. But tell me about Mishi's aunt. I suppose she would be? I suppose. Magistre El Isel? There's a lot of Latin. Oh, hey, Colo. Welcome to the stream. What are you up to today? Who has bed bugs? Not me. You're up to mischief again? Or should I say always? I suppose. Magistra Elsie is a smith, yes, though she does a bit of work in silver as well as iron and bronze. Mishy's father, though, that would be good. Mishy's father thought that would be good for a young lady, though I honestly think Mishy's more interested in magistrate style. Aisley, 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 cute journeyman than her skill. Has she realized yet that he'll be her superior? When I was an apprentice, it was made clear that journeymen were there to guide and correct, not romance. Trokim opened the inner door for Gunter. Grab the light, would you, on your way by? Realize? You see, that's something I don't really correct typos. Like I said, I'm not an editor. Most of the time, like I don't see that. I don't see typos. I barely see them in my stuff. Um, yeah, I'm definitely I'm more about feel and intent in the writing. I will correct it, but the other thing also is that um, you know, I'm not I'm not returning this to, like, I'm not making changes in this text and returning it to her. You know, she has her own version. She makes whatever adjustment um, in it, and yeah, there's also the fact that this is definitely written in both Latin and a English rather than U.S. English. Being Canadian, I don't notice them as much because we use half and half. Um, I don't think she has. Gunter took the lamp from the lectern and continued through the door, stopping on the other side to gawk at the size of the room. What is this? A Grange barn? Trokim laughed. We serve food during the show, so we need room for plenty of tables. There are more up on the mezzanine. Mezzanine? Gunter's eyes were drawn to the stage positioned along two sides of the room. The props looked like nothing for any play Gunter had ever seen, but he wasn't here to watch a show. Sure, this room is 2 stories tall. It lets us have light from the upper windows during the day without having to break the ominous mystique at ground level. Trokem gestured back the way he had come. The mezzanines offer additional seating above the entry vestibule, where we started, and over the latrina on the other side of the corridor. Sure enough, there was a corridor leading away from the dining room, with stairs on each side leading to a half level with more tables. If you need the latrina while you're here, the latrina is the first door on your left. The door on the right is a little ways past it. It's Carrie's office. I don't recommend it. I don't recommend wandering further without me. I wouldn't dream of it. Hunter hesitated. Who's Carrie? According to the paperwork, he owns this place. That's mostly for official purpose. Morelli would rather let a demon deal with the government's official than handle it herself. I don't think I've ever seen him make a decision independent of Deval and Morelli. When there's time, they'll discuss it with they're discussed with the entire household. Household? So this isn't just a lodging house? No, far from it. Though I shouldn't laugh. I thought it was a cross between a diversion house and an epularium when I first applied to the epularium side, of course. Turkim grinned ruefully. It's a bit more than either, as I learned. But it's a good place, whatever you've heard about it. Gunter hadn't heard anything about it, but he nodded. Sure, as long as you're happy and safe, I guess. Are you? I mean, you said the owner was a demon. Do they treat you that badly? Not badly. Though though disciplinary conversation with him are certainly uncomfortable. With another grin over his shoulder, Turkham turned the corner to the large stage and headed into another room. Then why call him a demon? Because he is one. The new room was lined to left and right with kegs of all sizes. More supported a work surface near the wall by which they had entered, but most of the floor space was covered by the same scattering of table and chairs as the main room. Red skin, black horn, larger than any mortal I've ever seen, the whole deal. Oh, Gunter swallowed. Truckham, why are you in a household run by a demon? Are you in trouble? No, I told you, I'm fine. Truckham pulled a chair away from the table near the room's farthest door. But you didn't finish telling me about your family. She's set for her apprenticeship, but what about Priska and Fabian? Oh, that's right. Priska hadn't met Dougal yet when you left. Gunter sat where Trokim indicated. You remember Magister Aluda kept her on as a journeyman when she finished her apprenticeship. Trokim sat opposite him. I think so. Well, she finished her journeyman year with him when she applied for her magister. When she applied for her own mastery, the guild was split on her signature beers. She'd gone for a week, a very dark roast on malt and barley, and she presented a set of 4 Partygiles. The first running came out nearly black, but they complained it was strangely thin for such a heavy beer. I'm sure they know their business, but she gave me some with a bit of cream stirred in once, and it made for a surprisingly good breakfast. A bit harder to stay in the trees, but that's the strength she likes. A bit harder to stay in the trees. I'm not going to try to decipher this. I am not going to try to decipher this, and I'm going to file it as it's a local expression. But that's the strength she likes it. Gunter shrugged. The magistrate. It made it a bit harder to stay in the trees. I'm Yeah, like I don't. That is an expression I do not know. But again, at this point, to me, it's not particularly important. It's simply, it falls under something that, everything up to date, that up to there, has established that, that they're from a rural area. So that fits perfectly with that kind of area. So yeah, I don't get it. Fine, I'm not from, well, I am from a somewhat rural area, but that was 50 years, 40 years ago. So yeah. Um, the Magister preferred the second with a combination of first running in sparge water. It was nearly as dark, but much rounder on the tongue. It didn't need the cream. The last two were deemed adequate, so she's officially Magistra Prisca now. Nice. I make a few winter dishes that might go well with that second beer. Do you know whether it travels well? I'm not sure. She didn't use a lot of hops in it, and I think that's what lets beer keep on the road. You might be able to buy the recipe from her, though, if you've connection with a local brewer. Not personally, but Leo might. He seems to know everyone. Trokim smiled, and for a moment, Gunter wondered Gunter wondered what sort of relationship Trokim and Leo had. But no, Trokim had always seemed more attracted to the buxom sort. Most men, Gunter, sadly, more than most, were less curvy than those who caught Trokim's eyes at school. Though, perhaps the status change. Wouldn't that be bad for our own business, though? Passing the recipe around? We're not that far from Greenmount. People might be willing to travel for something exclusive. Oh, she's not in brewing anymore. Not beer, at least. No? Gunter shook his head. Not since meeting Dougal. Oh, swept away in a world romance? Not exactly, Gunter frowned. That was my brother Fabian, actually. Met a fellow named Seoros up in Ardcray a few years ago and fell head over heel. After he finished his mastery, he took a place as Reeve for Dominus Murdoch, who holds land up that way. Started last year, actually, on Des Eris. He's living with Soros now and helping raise his sister Stodler now. One of the now probably can be taken out. I would personally take out the first one. So he's living with Seoras and his sister both? No, just Seoras. And the baby. The sister disappeared shortly after her child's first birthday. It was less than a month after Fabian and Seoras moved in together too. And suddenly they were fathers. That had to be a shock. Hard for the baby too. Maybe. Gunter shrugged. Better for him in the long run though. But for his own mother to leave like that, rejecting him, you mean? Gunter gritted his teeth. It wasn't Trockim's fault. He didn't know what had happened with Gun. Okay. War in his head. We probably don't need the name. Or if you feel that the name, like it's more important, that it's more important to ensure that there's no confusion, I would change this to just he, so that we don't have Gunter twice, in the same paragraph. Alrighty, give me a moment to take care of this. But it still struck a nerve. I promise you, it's no easier at 15, and Fabian couldn't love young Sinead more if he were a child of his own flesh. But what if his mother come back to claim? Claim him. Okay. Gunter smiled. There are advantages to being Dominus Murdoch's Reeves. Not that Dominus Murdoch saw to it personally, but he put a word in the ear of Contigo Liberi. I don't know the detail of child abandonment laws, but they certainly do. Fabian assures me that my nephew is theirs for keeps. That's good, but what of Priska? Gunter wrinkled his nose. That's not romance, but business. Have you heard of cafe? Sure, it's a sort of fruit, though some of the spices chopped in town sell the seeds on their own. They were prepared as a beverage in the ancient temple of Ignis, they say, and they'll steep a cup of it in the shop for you and sell you raw seeds to take home. He paused. Sometimes you can find a cafe confection with merchants in Forum Sabeorum. It's made by crushing the fresh fruit and seed with butter, I believe, but it's nothing I can recreate. It was a lot more than Gunter had ever known before Priska got involved with Dougal's nonsense. He grinned and covered his surprise with a joke. You mean there are things you can't cook? Trockim laughed. There are ingredients I can't get. How good a pie do you think I'd make if the only apples I had were dried for long travel? I don't know. You always did well with pilfered snacks, even if I didn't think they'd go. Who even puts hazelnut, quince marmalade, dried cheese, and a fallen apple and onion pie together, let alone makes them taste good? Trockim grinned. That was some time ago. I'd use pared cheese now and fresh apple, but maybe I should suggest it to Venate for next week's menu. We have some crocks of compositum from last year's harvest that we should clear out to make way for fresh. We might use that instead of the quince marmalade. Or in addition, I can make up a plate for Lorelli and see what she thinks. You were always good with foods, but you never used to be so distracted. What changed? 2 years at Tenny Kiruli, mostly, plus 2 more in a working kitchen where these thoughts are a good thing. Behavior that's reinforced repeats. Lorelli says, or maybe that was to Val. Trockim shook his head, but you were talking about Priska. Not much more to tell. If you already know about Cafe, she met a man who admired her dark brews, he said, and offered a sip of something special. Something divine, he called it, for all that the gods have been gone for well past 1,000 years. Trokim nodded. Some of them do push that sacred privilege of Ignis aspect. Alrighty, we will have an advertising, the Stream Raider battle, and I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 71 allies. We're going up against 54 enemies. Zithral starts us in the lead. Rage of Wrath is in second. Moonlight is in third. Rage is in first. Silver takes over first. Rage is in second. Snoopy's in second. Snoopy's in first. Silver's in second. Zithral takes over second. Takes over first. Rage is in second. Snoopy is in third. And I think we're about to be done. There we go. We've won. Zithral is in first place, tied with Rage of Wrath, with 15 assists. Snoopy is in second place, a kill, 4 assists. And Wybron is in third, 2 kill, 9 assists. We've got gold, and let's see, the lady's not there, so the captain gets their cut. We've got flag bearers that no one is currently claiming. So, Dex Karma waves the flag. Jack Blackjack Pershing gets gold. That is a long name. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to tomorrow's gold chest. And it's another monk on my account. One of these days I'll get something out of it. And you know what? Let's start. Come on, right here. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Yeah, so he made some for her and pointed out the flavor notes that matched her darkest beer. But the effect of this brew was different. They excited her. Beer nourished, but made her drowsy, while the cafe left her mind sharp and eager. Printer didn't mention the other effect his sister had talked about, that he'd wished she hadn't. If it had been a romantic affair, he could understand it better, but she'd been less than a week from the start of her courses, and the physical relationship no more than a fling. Cafe is drawing straight after Lothering, as I understand it. You're drinking the wort hot with no fermentation to transform part of the saccharidum nature to adipetus. It's strange that adipetus provides both a sedative and burning effect, but Ignis didn't ask us how to order the world. Gunter snorted. Ignis didn't ask anybody, the way I heard it. But either way, you managed to seduce Priska away from brewing beer in favor of brewing cafe. I wouldn't have thought there would enough people in Greenmount to support a shop dedicated to cafe. Turkin paused, or enough free coin, actually. I don't remember there being many important food at all outside of Domine's table. There's not. This was the core of Guntran's complaint. She travels, if you'd believe it, and she started wearing fancy city clothes all the time. Like me. Turkin gestured to the carmine upland he wore. It's red, deep, and rich in the way of freshly dyed fabric. It was wool, not velvet, like some of Priska's new gown, but the fur peeked out of the neckline and the cuffs. That's different. Trokim wasn't his sister, for one thing. You live in the city, and you can afford it. And it sounds like your sister works there often enough. What does she do? Parties? Gunnar couldn't keep the disgust off his face. She takes a cafe seat and roasting setup and everything around to homes of people who volunteer to host those parties, and she serves cafe and talks everyone into buying it. This feels like Tupperware parties. Have you tried it? The cafe? Yeah. What do you think? It's pretty good, but I still don't spend tens of dollars on to buy the whole setup and then have to buy more seeds every time she comes back through. And some of her money she makes goes to good Google. And if she talks people into signing up under her, then yeah. Oh, definitely Tupperware. She'll get some of their money, and that's just, yeah, that's a pyramid scheme. And that's not how things are supposed to work. It sounds like it does work, though, for her. She had a perfectly respectable guild behind her, and she's abandoned that for a life of parties and pretty dresses. Gunter shook his head. Why are you defending her? As you may have noticed, this is not a dye shop. That's true. It took Gunter a moment to make the connection. It was the same reason. Cafe is hard to understand if you don't have. So, is that an actual historical thing that was done when coffee was introduced? You had gone to a dyer, hadn't you, after you finished school? My parents secured me an apprenticeship with a magistrate. Yes. Trokim took a breath. It didn't work out. You left your apprenticeship? Surely Trokim knew as well as Gunter how the path to adulthood was meant to go. 4 years of infancy, then tries 4 years in the free school, followed by an apprenticeship, journeyman, service, and if one were both skilled and lucky, a mastery at the end. What could have induced his friend to leave that path? Not this time period, it was strictly a coffee shop. Ah, okay. Cool. Um, okay. Quick question. Is it mentioned, is it said in Trokim's story that his apprenticeship was with a dyer? I may have forgotten. Um, as I've established before, my memory is bad. Um, it's just that the way I it is. Okay. Okay. He's colorblind. Really? Uh, it, huh. That's interesting. Okay, that's another detail that I have forgotten. If it comes into play, and I must have forgotten really quickly. Um, okay, cool. Torkim's jaw was tight, and he looked away. After 4 years, it might be more accurate to say it left me. I. That's entirely possible. I. What do you mean? Gunter hadn't heard anything about Trokim since the other man had left Greenmount, but he'd assumed that meant life was going smoothly. Hey, Death, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? He doesn't have words for it, so we just hear that he felt apprenticeship because he was insufficiently sensitive to colors. Okay. All right. If you worked it that way, it's entirely possible that it was sufficiently nuanced that I missed it. That I missed the implication, which is not a bad thing. Um, Um, the master who accepted me knew from the first week I spent in his shop that I couldn't do the work. It's a difference in my vision, they say, that I don't see colors as others do. The healers can't fix it. Kiri says it's different, not damage, and the legacy of Aqua can only restore what the body remembers of its proper form. You're doing well, Death? I'm glad to hear that. So what did he do? Nothing. The set of Trokim's jaw suggested that wasn't a good thing. For 4 years, I did every task he assigned me, collecting stale urine, soaking the fiber, grinding the dyes, and after 4 years of that, he realized me as unsuitable candidate for promotion. What? Yeah, Trokim sighed. I tried appealing to the Dyer's Guild, but they confirmed what he said. There was a fundamental flaw in my vision that made me unable to do the work. But then why did he keep you for 4 years? Because that was what the contract said. If he'd released me from my apprenticeship early, he'd have to return the fee. But he didn't teach you to be a dyer. Gunter shook his head. Why didn't you come home? To do what? Trokim shook his head. I tried to be a dyer and I failed. The money we'd given him was gone. Even if somebody had been willing to take me on at 20, I couldn't afford to start another apprenticeship. But you would have had somewhere to stay, food to eat. The city is harsh, Uncle Sylvester says. At least in Greenmount, you'd have people who know you and won't let you starve. But I didn't want that. Trokim looked down at the table, not meeting Gunter's eyes. I didn't want people's pity. I didn't want their charity. Then how did you live? Trokim grimaced. By taking it, whether I liked it or not. But at least it was from strangers, from people who didn't know me before and didn't expect me to be better. Is that what this place is? A charity shelter? Yeah, a charity shelter? You work in the kitchen? The Sanguine Horse? A charity? Trokim laughed. No, it's far from that. But whether your uncle tells you, there is charity in the city. But whatever your uncle tells you, there is charity in the city. The Mense Peporum provide food, the Tuta Peporum safe lodging, counseling too sometimes. Many of the volunteers are as rich as the Domine back home, or are elves who count wealth differently, and they use it to help strangers, for no more reason than to better the world. How are rich strangers better than people who care about you? It didn't make sense to Gunther. I don't know if you need this one. Um, this feels like a dialogue tag, like just establishing who's talking. And the fact that it doesn't make sense is kind of clear in the question itself, in the exchange we're having. So I'm unsure that this is really needed there. When you've just learned you're defective and you've wasted 4 years on becoming a failure, they are. Tokim shook his head. I wasn't in a good place emotionally. And when people are rich enough, well, you're not taking things they need for no better reason than supporting your worthless self. You aren't worthless. I'm not. But I felt that way for a long time. It was pure chance that I met Magister Atticus at a time when I was angrier with the world than with myself. Not many at the Totem Peperum where I was staying liked him. Of all the volunteer, he was the strictest with the rules. Rumor said he used to call two more parvo on families who stayed with the shelter, and some of them lost their children. But he was nice to you? Turner was glad he'd never gone to the city. Being an orchardist apprentice might lack glamour, but at least he knew his place. Not nice, exactly. Not as harsh as Kiri is. Kiri's the demon? Yes. Trokim took a breath. He's not nice. Neither Kiri nor Magister Atticus, actually. But he's kind in his own way. Do you do the thing with Sened where you put a toy just a little too far away so he has to reach for it? Sometimes. Gunter grinned at the memory of his nephew's persistence. It feels a little mean, but watching him try and finally get it, he's so proud of himself. And Magistrina, you remember the midwife? Says it's good for him to stretch that way. That's the sort of help I got from Magister Atticus. He's the one who suggested I file a lawsuit against my former master. A lawsuit? Isn't that expensive? That's what I said, but there are programs. If you go down to the courthouse and regiminum to waive some of the costs for those with low income. So he helped you get into the right program, like when the Domine sponsors apprenticeship? No, he just poked holes in my excuses when I hadn't done it yet. Gunter eyed him dubiously. And that helped? Eventually. Trokim shrugged. I can be stubborn sometime. Gunter laughed. I remember. But did you take your magister to court all by yourself? Not entirely. It turns out that Magister Atticus was a Cosedicus when he was younger, though he didn't find it out. I didn't find out until I'd been assigned a court date and was trying desperately to prepare. He poked holes in the arguments I'd planned to take to court, the same way he had in my excuses when I was avoiding it. Trokim shrugged. By the time we spoke to the Iudex, there was no holes left. So you got your money back at least. Trokim made a face. Some of it. She ruled that he had provided food and lodging during the 4-year period, though she acknowledged that the delay in identifying my deficiencies did me harm. Half the sum my parent paid was ordered returned to me, and the offer of collection assistance from the Oppidum Presidio meant he paid pretty fast. Gunter frowned. Uncle Sylvester took me in without any sort of paid contract, though he does have to give the guild a dirham each festival on account of training me. Well, he's family, isn't he? But none of my kins were in a position to give young Trokim a better life, as my parent liked to say. Although, all through childhood, when I couldn't have toys or sweets or cards with dueling monsters, it was because they had to save for my apprenticeship premium so I wouldn't be stuck in as an unskilled servant like them. Nothing wrong with being a servant. Somebody needs to do the work while the Domine swans around looking elegant. Well, my parents disagreed, and they paid 625 deora to back it up. Gunter whistled. That's a lot of money. Years. And a pack of 4 monster cards sold only for a pars. Are you introducing Pokemon to your world? Although, I guess that the only concept that I could raise a point as being a bit of a stretch is the collectible card game concept, because this is a world where Daemon exists. The gods were real for a while. And so yeah. That's the specific audience you mentioned likes Yu-Gi-Oh. You know what? Knowing that, and here's the thing, writing to your audience is good. You know your audience is, you know what they like, and you find ways of slipping it. Like, and as I said, to my mind, without knowing that information, the only aspect that I was going, it's not marketed as a card. Okay, kids just do that with the collectible cards that are printed to fill the excess margin on sheet. So it's more like baseball collecting then. Okay. Cool. Turkim grin and melted into mush the first time they got wet. That wasn't fair. Kolakant, it was a water monster. It should have liked swimming. And that makes sense. The how you world build it into your world, that makes definite sense. Going to remember that they Trokim meant some bigger kids that pushed him to the stream on the way to school. His wax tablet had survived on Scath, and Greenmount School had never been foolish enough to trust his student with books to take home. But all 16 of his monster cards he'd collected had been soaked. He could laugh about it now, but he'd been more upset about those cards than the stripes Magistra gave him for showing up at school in sodden clothes. They never quite recovered either. That was my parents' point, I guess. That toys would break and paper would tear, but a trade would support one forever. Except in your case, it didn't. It should have, and that's why the judgment went in my favor. If he'd returned my fee as soon as he knew I couldn't be a dyer, I could have transferred to a profession that would support me for the long run. Instead, he wasted 4 years of my life. But you got the money back, over 300 dioras. That's like being rich. It would be. If it only had to last for a day or a week or a month, but for a lifetime? Turkim shook his head. And even if I'd found a new magister I could trust after all that, and I wanted to start 4 to 8 years of apprenticeship all over again, it was only half the fee to secure one, and I had no way of getting the other half. But you're a cook now, you said. What did you do? You know of the university at Capitol? Sort of. Gunter shook his head. I heard it costs more than an apprenticeship, and they don't even teach you anything useful. Maybe not. But some of other schools have started following a similar model. Instead of one magister to oversee your growth, there are experts in every topic. And instead of being beholden to any of them, when you finish your training, you have a certificate from the school itself to show employers what skills you have. What employers, though? I have to try to think it through. He might never have been as clever as Trokim, but something wasn't adding up. If I wanted to leave Uncle Sylvester, which I don't, just to be clear, but if I tried to leave without him recommending me to someone, it's not like I can just walk into the Archeress Guild and find a new job. And if I walked away from a guild magister before he said I was done, I'm not sure the guild would take me back at all. Would back me at all. Trokim scratched the back of his neck. Well, I might not have asked those questions before I signed up, but Tene Kiroli has graduates in some of the best households in Somatio. And it was faster than doing another apprenticeship, and they only wanted 100 Deora a year for the 2-year program, as long as I paid in advance. Why so much cheaper than an apprenticeship if it's over 600 for 4 years? That's, well, Gunter counted on his fingers. Well, it's just the tuition we're paying for there. An apprenticeship agreement includes housing and food and general taking care of. To enroll at Tania Kirali, you have to be an adult, 20 years, or turning 20 that same year. If you're old enough to, we're old enough to feed ourselves and find our own lodging. The charity again? Tokim shook his head. I had a little money left after tuition. If I was careful, I could afford a little room to myself, food from a papina from time to time, even the bathhouse with other students from time to time. And then you graduated and they got you a job here. Not exactly. Trokim shook his head. Tenia Curly doesn't do job placement. Most of the students were sent to the school by the dominés, and go back where they're there when the training is done. So I had to find my own job. But yeah, I ended up at the same. But yeah, that feels weird coming out of Trokim's mouth, to be honest. Granted, it has been years. So it's been a few years. The language, how someone will speak can change, but it feels like I said, it feels odd having Trokim say yeah. I ended up at Sanguine Horse, and that's more than enough about me. How about yourself? I'm sure you didn't come all the way from Greenmount to the Sanguine Horse for a social visit. Gunter felt his face heating. I sort of did, actually. From Greenmount? No, not from Greenmount. Oh, I mean, yes, I came from Greenmount on a trip with Uncle Sylvester to look at horses. You see, yeah, but he didn't come to this. He didn't come to Sanguine Horse for that, or with me. I mean, he's not here, which is fine. I haven't seen any horses for sale, so cheeks burning. Gunter ran down. Actually, I haven't seen any horses at all. Do you even have them? Horses, I mean. Not in the way your uncle means, no. Trokim's eyes went to the larger stage, but there was nothing there except oddly shaped furniture. So this really is a social call? Yeah. I saw you in the market and, well, I followed you home. Does that mean I get to keep you? Trokim laughed at the look on Gunter's face. Yeah, yeah, this here, and I understand why it's like that. Well, I understand. I I could if I was told to justify it, I know how I would. But it feels like we're in Trokim's head. Because from Gunter's point of view, does that mean I get to keep you? Gunter reacts to that, and Trokim reacts to what's happened. So Gunter's reaction should come first, but then that can create the impression that um, that Gunter is who said that. Give me a moment. Um, the issue with whatever look crossed Gunter's face is that we are in his head. So what should sort of happen is that we should know what the reaction is. You know, something as simple as, Gunter went slag-jawed. Yeah, but you can tell what it's doing. You can feel what it's doing. It's heating up. You're blushing. It's, you're stunned. You're going slag-jawed. Like, that's sort of the thing, and being in his head, uh, you know, like I said, it could be justified that way. And, yes, it does, whatever look Cross Gunter's face, it puts it in the right order, and, it makes it clear that we're still there. And, and at this point, it's stylistic. It's how I would do it versus how you do it. It's, But yeah, he laughed. Gunter had a reaction. Trokim laughed. You know, that's what, that's all. That shows what happens. No, we're not in the habit of abducting people from the street and using them for the night's entertainment. The worst I'm likely to do is drag you back here to the buttery and feed you. How are you still so thin? Doesn't your uncle feed you? He does. Says I eat more than a horse in stable some days. People teasing him about his body was nothing new. At least Trokim was a friend, and if he'd trained as a cook, well, Gunter was never one to refuse an offered treat. Gunter grinned. If you want to supplement it, however, I'm sure he wouldn't object. Trokim laughed. You haven't changed a bit. Stay here then while I nip into the kitchen and grab something. Do you mind if I work while we visit? No, not at all. Gunter started to rise. Would it be easier if I sat in the kitchen? Trokim gestured him back. Easier, maybe, but you might not like the consequences if you come back with me. Consequences? Gunter sat. Then it's likely to put you to work. Idle hands are opportunities in waiting. I'll be right back. Trokim grinned again and ducked through the door. Gunter shook his head. He'd never been one to shirk work, no more than any other children their age, but if Trokim wanted him to wait, it was easy enough to comply. The buttery was windowless, but that wasn't unusual. If Prisca had drilled anything into his head, it was that even well-bred beer and ale were sensitive to heat and mishandling. Thick stone wall helped insulate barrels against thermal damage. It was a little stranger that the main dining room didn't have windows at high level. It wasn't stuffy at all, and the high windows admitted some light, but wouldn't they want people on the street to be able to see and smell the food offered within, and be attracted by whatever plays were performed on the stage? With the vestibule and all, it almost seemed as if the Sanguine Horse was deliberately shielding what went on inside from public view, and that made no sense at all. Alrighty, we're going to have an advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 70 allies. We're going up against 79 enemies. And we're off. Catacrack is in first place. And let's see. Starbuck is in second. The Sarge is in second. Starbuck is in second. Catacrack is in second. Starbuck is in third. Sarge is in first. Catacrack is in second. Starbuck is in third. Starbuck killed one of the epics. RGH is in second place. Catacrack is in third. And last one? Yep, last one. We're done. Sergeant Cat Dog is in first place. 1 kill, 31 assist. RGH 6XB is in second place. 13 kill. And Catacrack is in third, 4 kill, 8 assists. No, 8 kill, 4 assists. How did I flip that? We've got gold, and let's see, the lady's not there, and the captain gets it. We've got barbarians, we've got paladins, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Arcten, Telemetros, and Bress gets a pal. RGH and Quinn get barbarians. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to tomorrow's gold chest. And, well, since I don't know what's going to happen, I'll put myself there. Alrighty, it is past 2 p.m. Time to visit the shop where monks get purchased. I am above 20k. I get a refresh. I am above 25. I get another refresh. And that is that. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to visit the viewer side shop where archers get purchased. I am above 50k. I am above 55. I am above 60. Ah, there you are. And that is that. Really? Ta-da-ta-ta. Okay, that was not a correction. That was, okay. It almost seemed as if the sanguinary was shielding. Okay, yeah, almost. Before he could untangle it, even in his own head, Trokim returned. In one arm, he juggled a huge wooden bowl containing a ball of stiff dough with some flour. The other held a basket containing a towel-covered pie mold, most of a wheel of cheese, and a wooden rolling pin, and a vicious-looking tool with sharp raised metal scales that protruded from its surface. Trokim set the bowl on his chair and the basket on the floor, then took the towel from the pie mold and scrubbed it over the table surface. Only once the already clean table had been scrubbed. Because we've got the once here, I would replace that with again to avoid the duplication. Did he pass Gunter the pottery pie mold? Still almost half full of food. This is from yesterday's service. I thought there was more left, but either somebody had it for breakfast or Orson snagged a slice on his way to school. Still, should serve you as a snack. Gunter poked curiously at it. Translucent bit of onions and dark pops of currant and chopped herbs were embedded in the golden matrix. Is this egg? And cheese. Almost twice as much cheese as egg, all told. Don't tell me you've grown picky in your adulthood. Gunter shrugged and sliced himself a thin wedge. I'll try anything once, twice, if I like it. 3 times to make sure? Trokim laughed and dusted flour across the table in front of his seat. He turned the dough ball onto the floured surface and began to knead. It's one of our elf-safe offering, but popular even among humans. Also, filling enough that they forget to order a meat dish sometimes, or split one serving of what we're offering dwarves among the table. This is good. Gunter took another bite. It's so yellow. I thought it would taste eggy, but it's not. Ah, a lot of the yellow's from the saffron, not the egg yolk. The strength in Turkim's hand as he worked the dough almost distracted Gunter. That would feel. What would it feel like to have those hands? No, Gunter stumped himself. It wasn't right to think such things about his old friend. He swallowed his bite of pie and swallowed again for good measure. Isn't saffron expensive? Sure. So are cinnamon and ginger, but it doesn't take much, and the pie would be poorer without them. Oh, Gunter chewed more slowly. The pie had been served cold, but there was a sort of warmth to it. I didn't know it was so fancy. Not fancy exactly, but Capitol has access to more spicers than Greenmount. So they're cheaper here? Sometimes. Turkim switched from rhythmic kneading to flattening the dough with his hands. Though you need to be alert for fraud. You wouldn't believe the things some seller put in their so-called spices to stretch them out. Ground shells and random leaves are the least of it. Oh. Gunter cut another slice of pie, this time wider. I guess it's good we don't need to worry about that in Greenmount. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. If there's nothing you can do to avoid it, there's no use worrying. Wait, does that mean... Gunter shook his head. I can't believe that Halimede would cheat us. She's been part of the community forever. Halimede might not, but are you so sure her supplier didn't cheat her? Trokim shrugged. If I recall correctly, Halimede carried a great number of different goods. She can't be expert in all of them. One of the things they taught at Tene Caroli was how to test spices by tasting, and it wasn't always easy to tell. That's one way I have value in this household. Vanette is good at many things, but tasting the spices whole or ground would make her heal. The other humans in the household are willing to pitch in, but they don't have my training. Oh, Gunter admired Trokim's way of rolling the pin. You've learned a lot since leaving Greenmount, haven't you? I think I'm starting to see why you didn't want to come home. I'm not sure it's learning, at least not in the sense of education, but you're right. I've come a long way, and I don't think I'd fit back there. I'd fit there anymore. I'd fit back there anymore. Then Trokim grinned, and the strange sense of alienness shattered. With as different as I feel, I'm surprised you recognize me at all. It was your hair. Gunter probably shouldn't have said that, but he was committed now. You always sat near the window in class. I remember Magistra scolding you for looking out, but you could always answer the question. She tried to trap you. You recognize me by my hair? Gunter nodded. Your hair always looked just like the grain field from the top of a tree. Its gold shade, I mean, sort of partway between wheat and barley, especially in autumn. And it was the same in the market, the way it shone when you bent over eggplants at the next booth. Have you become a poet now? Trokim's face was pinker, Gunter thought, but so was his. He swallowed. I thought I was imagining things at first, daydreaming, like I always do. Uncle Sylvester says I'm such a bird brain. He's surprised I don't nest in the trees. And you'd been meant for a dyer, I thought. But even a dyer might need food for himself, though this... Gunter remembered the windowless walls and stage full of mysterious equipment in the dining room. This is not a dye shop. Unexpectedly, Trokim grinned. It's definitely not, no. I've only worked in the kitchen so far, of course. But Laurelie's starting to show me a few things when neither of us are busy. Laurelie's the elf at the door? Is she an actor then? Is that what you want to be now? The things on stage hadn't looked like the backdrop they'd used in the school play, but maybe they did things differently in the city. Hunter wondered from the whip and straps whether they use real animals here, or people dressed up. Maybe Trokim would invite him to see a show. You said you didn't want to start another apprenticeship, though, and you'd be old for it. Even I'm old for an apprenticeship, but Uncle Sylvester says he wants me to grow more sense before he'll pay journeyman rates for me to the guild. Trokim looked at him strangely. I've seen Tavel take Leo up to the suite after some of their more intense sessions. They go through the kitchen, and I can assure you that the shows at the Sanguinors are not acting. What are they doing then? Talent shows like Festomacque? Do they let people on stage from the audience? I've been learning to juggle. Not exactly. They do use audience volunteers sometime, though that's usually for Tavel's Carnofel's game. Torquem's expression suggested Gunter was the one confusing him, but how could that be possible? Do you truly not know what we do here? Well, you were buying eggplants, and you said you work in the kitchen. You're a cook, aren't you? But this isn't exactly a popina. Torquem laughed. I am, yes, and the Sanguine Horse does serve food. You could call it an epulinarium, but we're classed as a diversion house. Surely you saw the plaque beside the door. I was more following you. Gunter flushed. I was supposed to read the sign. Am I in trouble? Not necessarily. Or no more than you want to be. Posting the sign is a legal requirement, but nothing requires guests to read it. You do know what a diversion house is, though, right? Maybe? Not really. Uncle Sylvester had warned him to stay away from them. They'd take all his money, he said, and he'd have nothing left, nothing to show for it. Like gambling? You mentioned Kernofel. Yes, gambling houses are a type of diversion house. Torquem's voice fell into the same patient cadence Gunter remembered from when he'd explained about cutting fractions into smaller pieces to get a common denominator, for probably the 16th time. But Torquem had been the first to take a knife and prove that 1/4 of an apple was the same as 2/8. So 1/4 plus 1/8 had to be 3/8. Gunter, were you listening to me? What? Gunter's mind always did this, and at the worst time. Yes, sorry. I'm sorry, yes, I'm listening. You were telling me that what diversion houses were other than for gambling. Torquem shook his head, a smile quirking his lips despite the obvious attempt to stifle it. You haven't changed, you know that. It's been 8 years and you still can't lie worth wilted lettuce. You were! I was, yes, and your eyes said your mind was somewhere else entirely. Torquem gave in to the smile. It's fine. There won't be a quiz on this. I haven't Magistra Ferolas, even if there were. You always were more patient than I deserved. At least according to my mother, when I came home with stripes. She always added a few of her own, but you... Gunter trailed off, blushing. The silence hung for several long seconds, and Torquem's apparently oblivious to the foot Gunter felt wedged firmly in his mouth. Why had he said anything about that? Of all things, the secret shame. The reason he no longer slept in his mother's house. Strange choice, I always thought. Whipping your backside for not knowing your math. Getting it into your head was the problem. Your ass was always smart enough. Grim laughed. Besides, I was barely older than you were. Can you imagine me at 10 trying to use a strap or ferula on a boy 2 years my junior? I think you could. He hadn't meant to say it. Just slipped out. Again, Gunter always seemed to lose control at the worst time. Bit his tongue, hoping Torquem would miss the incriminating word or overlook them. You could what? Of course he hadn't. Torquem had always listened when they were boys. Why would he stop now? Just because Gunter needed him to. Gunter covered his eyes, though surely Torquem could see his face glow red, even behind the covering fingers. Gunter? There was concern in that voice, not correction. What's wrong? Did I say something? It wasn't you. Gunter lowered his hand. I'm the one who said something I shouldn't have. That you could do something? Torquem shook his head. I'm afraid I need you to explain. I don't understand. You ask if I could imagine it with the harsher discipline. I am unsure what the intent of the M dash here. Gunter swallowed. And I have, you've imagined me beating you? The look on Trokum's face was curious, possibly a little confused, but not disgusted. At least, not that at least. When we were children? Kind of. Okay. For hesitation, I would recommend I forgot the name. I would recommend this one. The M dash tends to amount to a hard break, and hesitation tends to be trailing ellipsis. Thank you. And hesitation tends to be trailing off. Okay, no, never mind. No, let's correct that. To me, hesitation tends to be trailing off. You with the harsher discipline, but hesitation doesn't have to be that. It can definitely be to you with the harsher discipline. Like, yeah. So I'm going to definitely say this is stylistic. It would go a lot with the kind of tone, the kind of expression you want Gunter to have at this point. Like, is he trailing off or is it a hard stop? When we were children? Kind of. The lump in his throat was not going away. Sometimes I used to imagine things like, what if Magistrate put the older kids in charge of discipline at playtime, and you were the one who caught me climbing the tree? The old pear tree that was too brittle to climb? Though spread beneath Trokim's rolling pin, thinner with every pass. What happened next? Gunter stared at the table, his face burned. Gunter? The concern in Trokim's voice pulled Gunter out of his own thought. He took a breath. You know the Firula she always kept behind her desk? He spoke quickly, words running together. You took me out to the tree and made me hold it onto it while you... Trokim only let the words hang for a moment before... While I... Never mind. Gunter couldn't continue. It doesn't matter. It matters to me. The innocent look on Trokim's face was belied by the hint of mischief that danced in his eyes. And I'm curious. What did I do with Magistress Firula out at the pear tree? Gunter buried his face in his hand. Why had he mentioned it? You know what happened? What would have happened? You were always a good boy. You're always doing your homework and listening to lectures and, well, you did your duty all right. Can you say the words? Face burning, Gunter shook his head. But you... Trokim frowned when you imagined it. Was it a bad thing for you? Scary? Thinking I was being mean? Or was it sort of exciting? Like, yeah, you imagined it hurt, but it was also sort of special? Why did he have to keep asking? Hadn't Gunter shamed him enough already? Hadn't Gunter shamed him enough? Sure, his face must be lighting the room, he mumbled. That one. The confusing one. That's hurting and excitement and connection and something good all at once. There was no mockery on the Trokim's face. Gunter buried his face in his hand. That is the last... Well, let me check. Why you mentioned it? Face burning. Gunter shook his head. Gunter shamed himself. His face must be lighting the room. That one. If you may want to indicate that Gunter looks up. because nothing since putting his face in his hand implies directly that he is that he's no longer that way. That his face is no longer in his hands. So, um, well, okay. I mean, even here, and because you have Trokim frowning here, you may want to do it with as he shakes his head, or if you feel that the frowning itself is not required, you can just remove that. Um, but yeah, having him peek out, you know, uh, maybe to confirm his fear, or um, there was no mockery on Trokim's face. He nodded. I know what you mean. You do? If Gunter couldn't explain it to himself, how could he have made Trokim understand? He nodded again. We are in the Sanguine Horse, after all. How did you think I came here? You said you were a cook. I thought that it was just another Epularinium? Trokim shook his head. I hadn't meant to apply here at all. I came to see the shows and dream about them happening to me. If I hadn't been desperate and had too much to drink, well, let's say I was lucky and leave it at that. What do you mean, though? See the shows. You never did say what the shows are, except one of them is gambling, which I thought was more something to play, not something to watch. It is, usually. Tivel hosts the game. He invites 3 audience volunteers onto the stage to play with him, and the rest of the audience watches, waiting for the moment someone cheats. Cheats? Is that allowed? No, it's cheating. Trokim peered at him. You really don't have any idea, do you? I told you that. True, but... Trokim shook his head. The people who are watching the game aren't interested in Carnival. Well, most of them aren't, anyway. But in what happens after, when somebody is caught cheating. Gunter swallowed. His stomach felt funny. He didn't think that it was the pie. What happens to them? And Tivel catches them. He pushes them against the X-frame on stage and ties them there. Grim's eyes didn't leave Gunter's face, but his expression was impossible to read. Earnest, yes, and hoping for... what? Then he beats them. A lot. Until they're sobbing. Often, and swearing never to cheat again. Gunter's mouth was dry. So was his throat. He tried to swallow anyway. I guess those people, they don't come back. Not to gamble, at least. But they do. Often the very next night. Almost always within a week. And Tivel has more volunteer than he needs every night. But why? I think you know the answer to that. Trokim's eyes on his face were beginning to get unnerving. I think you know it from the inside, even if you don't have the words to say it. I don't. I know I do. Oh. Gunter took a breath, then another one. Have you ever? With Tivel? Trokim shook his head. Not yet. I'm still a little afraid of him. I can see why. Trokim smiled. Oh, he's very good at what he does. I've never seen him do more damage than he intends. If I asked him to beat me, I know I'd be safe, but I wouldn't feel that way. Not the way Leo does. And without feeling safe, well, Tivel says I wouldn't enjoy it, so I haven't. Worked with him, so far. Leo? It was the least of the confusing things in Trokim's explanation, and the easiest to latch onto. Another member of our household. Big man, but the gentlest you're likely to meet, unless you ask him to be otherwise. Then, when I first came here, I didn't understand why everyone said I should work with him. I'd mostly seen him bottoming for Tivel, and what he'd endured at Tivel's hand is more than I can imagine ever enjoying. Bottoming? Gunter felt a fool with his question, but Thorkim had always been patient before. Like weaving the seat of a chair? Not exactly. Thorkim tried to hide his amusement, but Gunter wasn't fooled. It's a way of talking about roles. For some of what we do here, we say somebody is topping when they're the one providing the sensations or the challenge, and bottoming when they're receiving sensation or trying to cope with the challenge. So Magistra was topping when she made me write the multiplication table, or when she... Thorkim laughed. You could say that, though I wouldn't recommend it. These are terms you'll mostly hear in diversion houses restricted to adults. Applying them between a magistrate and student is, well, it's comparing a kiss goodnight from a parent with a kiss between lovers entwined. Gunter grimaced. I see your point. You have the right idea, though. If we were playing at being in class, with me as the teacher and you the naughty schoolboy who wouldn't stay out of the pear tree, Gunter's complexion had faded slightly, but now he blushed bright crimson. If we were playing that game and I took you out to the garden and hung to hug a tree while I beat you with a ferula, surely you don't have... Oh, we do. Thorkim grinned. Naughty schoolboy. Naughty schoolchild is a popular game for clients. We buy standard ferula from one of the crafter who sells to the capital free schools, and others designed to provide more sensation with each stroke. Give me a moment. I will be here. Pain? You mean when you say sensation? Pain is a sensation. Turkin provided a knife and began to cut the thinned dough into rhomboid lozenges. Lorelei likes to say that pain is one way to experience intense sensation, but not the only one. She's been trying to teach me what she means, and sometimes I feel like I'm starting to get it. And other times, Torkim shrugged. It's easy to second guess myself. My mind still gets caught up in what I should feel, what I should think, and Lorelei says bottoming is about what is, not what about should. Hunter blinked. What does that make sense to you? Usually. Torkim grinned. Don't worry. I was as lost as you were when I started here, maybe more, since I thought I knew more from watching the shows than I actually did. Being in a situation is completely different. I thought you said you hadn't. Not with Taval, but Leo. The people who said I should work with were right. Work with him were right. I didn't think I'd be scared. I wanted it, after all. And I knew Leo. I'd seen him as a medic and a father and the person receiving the lash. He's not scary. Until that last step, when he is. Trokim shook his head. No, he's not. He's still Leo. But in the moment where you're bound and can't get away and the flogger is coming towards you and it's too late to stop. Gunter leaned forward eagerly. Trokim laughed. I'm not making this sound less appealing, am I? Gunter blushed and looked down at the table. Maybe not. That's fair. And it's not. Unappealing, I mean. At least not with the right partner. Because Leo, well, he takes it slowly between the first and the second. He stops to make sure you're okay, to remind you you're safe, and I didn't know how much I'd need that. Does everyone? Alrighty, we will have an advertising, the Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 61 allies. We are going up against 64 enemies. Severed Marlin is in first place. Tech Support is in second. Insoraptor, whoop, is gone. Let's see. Marlin is in first. Tech Support is in second. Insoraptor is back in third. Nope, jumps to first. Is in second. Tech Support, it takes over first. Is in second. Insoraptor is no longer in first. Should I just say who's not there? Insoraptor is in first. Catacrack is in second. Tech Support is in third. And, oh, we're nowhere near done. Hey, Gunter the Wolf, welcome to the stream. The Waif. Let's see, Insoraptor's in first place, Tech Support is in second, Catacrack is in third. What do we have left? Not a whole lot. And I believe we're done. We've won. Insoraptor is in first place, 1 kill, 18 assists. Tech Support is in second place with 16 assists. Captain Stogie makes it to third place, 7 kill, 8 assists. We've got Saints, we've got Lancers, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Tech Support gets Lance, Wybron gets Sanctified. And for the last battle of the day, we move on to a very hard one. And yet another monk on my account. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. I try my best to pronounce names correctly. Don't always succeed, but I try. Does everyone need it, or take it as slow as Leo does? Truckham shook his head. In either case, the answer is no. Even I don't need that much gentleness now, and for some people, Lorelei says, any amount of gentleness would ruin the experience they're here to have. I guess. Gunter chewed his lip. Is it? Is a gentle beating really a beating? Does it count if you enjoy it? It does for me. Trogan frowned. When I say gentle, I don't mean it doesn't hurt at all, but it's almost as if there's a ramp, like to the second story of a barn. It's a lot in the end, but never more than I can handle all at once. So you're walking up a hill, not leaping off a cliff, or on up a cliff or off one. And the person working with you, well, they're there to help you with the hard parts. Not trying to make you fail. Am I making sense? Not exactly, but I'll take your word for it. Maybe someday you can find out for yourself. If that's something you'd like, I mean, Gunther shook his head. Not likely. You locked into a diversion house that needed a cook. I doubt I'll find one that needs a fruit picker, or even an orchard manager, if I ever finish my apprenticeship. Maybe not, but we do serve the public. You could pay for a session with Leo or Lorelli, or even Deval. Truckham hesitated. Or you could play with a friend or a lover. Lots of people like this sort of things with their partner. Lorelli and Leo even teach lessons. I'm not seeing anyone. Courting, whatever. Gunter swallowed. And it's not like I could tell anyone, even if I were. What would they think? That you like something they don't, and they'd never think to provide it if you didn't ask? Torgrim shrugged. Or maybe they'll share something that they've imagined liking, and you can explore both things together. Or maybe they'll be disgusted and tell all their friends how incorrigibly shameless I am and not allow me to stay another day under their roof. That's not... Torgrim stopped. Gunter, did that happen to you? It's not... Did it happen? He put down his knife and met Gunter's eyes. Please, Gunter, we've been friends. I care about you. Who hurt you? Gunter tried to get the words past the lump in his throat. He had to swallow twice. My mother? Your mother? It's why Uncle Sylvester let me... His voice choked and he shook his head. So your mother found out about your interest? I don't even remember what I'd done wrong. He wasn't going to cry. He was done crying about her. But Trokim knew his shame, and it was all too much. I wasn't enjoying it, truly, but Your body responded in a way she didn't like. Trokim took a breath, then another one. He looked angry, maybe, but not disgusted. Well, it happens. You should talk to Early about it. No! The word came out louder than he had intended. He lowered his head to the table. Please, no. It's bad enough I told you. But she has a different perspective. She's an elf, and elf bodies don't do that? How was it that Throkham couldn't understand Gunter's shame? Except in Cyclo, I guess, which really doesn't count. Maybe they can't, but she still enjoys playing those games on either side of the switch, so to speak. She does? Gunter raised his eyes to meet Trokim's, though his face remained on the table, even when she isn't in Cyclo? Even when it isn't Cyclo? Trokim nodded. You said it yourself. It didn't feel sexual when your mother was beating you, but he couldn't say the word. It was responding to physical stimuli, not to desire. Trokim bit his lip. Look, you know elves don't get sexual urges outside of Cyclo, right? Yeah, everybody knew that. But she does enjoy the sort of stimulation your mother provided, or providing it as its own thing, even outside of Cyclo. But how? I've been taking lessons with her. I told you that? This sounded like safer territory. Gunter raised his head slightly. You said she taught lesson, but not to you specifically. Well, she does. So mostly she explains how. So mostly when she explains how, it's personal to me. suggesting things I might be able to use to enjoy it better. There's a trick almost to turning discomfort into something else, but it's hard to explain what the something else is, and the trick is a little different for everyone. That sounds confusing. Joachim shook his head. Only when I tried to think about it. When I let go and feel, it's not confusing at all. Oh, Gunter wondered whether it was the same way he felt when his mind conjured pictures of somebody taking him firmly to task across their lap with a strong hand around his waist to keep him in place. As, and he felt the blush rise to the root of his already red hair. You know it, don't you? Joachim smiled. When I mentioned I've a tree in the back garden, though. When I mention I've a tree in the back garden, though, it's not a pear tree specifically. Stop. Gunter buried his face on his arm once more. All right. And against all expectation, Joachim stopped. Gunter waited for him to pick up again. And when 16 seconds passed without a word, he peeked up from under his arm. Are you all right? The concern in Joachim's voice sounded genuine. I know I was teasing a little, but I didn't mean to cause you real distress. You stopped? All his life, Gunter had been told that acknowledging a bully would only encourage them. Saying stop, according to his mother, was almost the same as asking for more. You asked me to. Joachim set aside his lozenges of dough, attention entirely on the other men. I was playing, Gunter, and part of the games we play is stopping when you need me to. You said stop, I stopped. Is it really that easy? Gunter dares sit up. When Lorelei is teaching you, she's going at you with the switch, you say stop, and she just does? We haven't worked that much with switches specifically. We started with our hands, and some of our first lessons were about not saying no. You weren't allowed to? Oh, I was. Joachim grinned. It's just that there were consequences. One thing you learn here, there are always consequences. Gunter could imagine. He swallowed. What sort of consequences? Every time I said stop, she did. That doesn't sound so bad. Except I wanted it. As much as she'd give me. But if I said no or stop, or even tried too hard to pull away, she stopped and stuck a pin in the timing candle and wouldn't continue until it fell. It sounded unlikely, and yet Gunter could almost imagine it. Getting up the courage to ask for what he wanted, getting into position, and then nothing happened. Like the fantasies he'd played out alone, except it would be worse than nothing, because he'd know he had the opportunity and ruined it himself. What did you do? Joachim grinned. I learned to say ouch, and that hurts, instead of no. Sounded like the same thing to Gunter. What's the difference? There... Okay. If the question is, what's the difference? This doesn't really work. It feels like you initially wrote it. That's not different. And with what's the come back here. With what's the difference, you could start the answer with one is a request for my partner to change what they're doing instead of there is. It was meant to say, is there a difference? Okay. So with is there a difference, then yeah, then that answer, works. There is, Joachim shrugged, lopsided grin still on his face. One is a request for my partner to change what they're doing. The other is information about how I'm doing. guess that's true. Gunter tried to look at it logically, as much as he could think about such things logically. His stomach still felt funny, and there was a tension in his groin when he tried. So it's not that it hurts that makes things stop. Trokim nodded. It's the fact that I wanted to stop, or said I did anyway. Is it too weird to say I envy you? At least a little. Not at all. More than half the people who come through the doors envy me, I think. And that's without knowing half of the details I've told you. Are there really so many people who want, still couldn't say it, stuff done to them? If we ask folks at random, probably not. But Capital is a big city. Maybe one person in 8 is interested in what we do here from one side or the other, but with a large enough population, one side or the other, you make it sound like it's some sort of board game. One of the Tafla one. Okay. Maybe with uneven pieces and strategy on each side? Okay. Who says this line here? Trokim. Okay. I think this is a case of this benefiting from being a little obvious, because having one of the TAF one maybe with uneven pieces and strategy to each side, Trokim thought about it, feels like he's responding to what he's being told. So here, basically, Trokim asked. You don't often want to do this because it's always better to have actions rather than just a common tag. But this is a case where I think thinking about it, because it adds clarity that just having Trokim thought about it, something like that. Trokim considered his own word, considered what he said, would add that same level of clarity. Not exactly. It's more collaborative than that, like running a kitchen. People have different tasks and might have different amount of power, but they're working towards a common goal. Collaborative? Gunter shook his head. How can it be collaborative when it hurts? I never claimed it felt collaborative, just that it is. Trokim took a new ball of dough and began rolling it thin. Sometimes feeling helpless is one of the goals of a scene. Devel does a lot of that, and Pim. But I'm not ready to play on that level. Not yet, Aurelie says. When I'm bottoming with her, we're often looking for just the right amount of hurt to challenge me. The right amount? I'm still learning the trick of transforming pain, remember? Starting slow and gentle makes a good warm-up, but I know how to enjoy it already. It's not enough intensity to make the shift. Shook his head. I'm explaining this badly, I'm sure. But if it's not enough, my mind won't make the shift because it's happy where it is. And too much, well, I'm so busy trying to get away or make it stop to do anything with the sensation. Gunter chewed on the idea. I guess that sort of makes sense. It's the best I can do with words, I think. You might have to be there to understand better. Not likely. Gunter sighed. Capital might be able to support a place like this, but Greenmount? Not a chance. You're not in Greenmount now. I'm going back though. If there were any orchard in Capital, Gunter hadn't seen them. Even if he'd been a journeyman instead of a held back apprentice, he wasn't in Trokim's position. Trees were trees were patient and steady, unperturbed by its flightiness in a way that people weren't. Capital was exciting and new, but Gunter would never be able to find work here. At the end of the festival with Uncle Sylvester. So take a chance. Only if you want to, I mean. Gunter shook his head. He might confide his shame in Trokim, in this place so disconnected from everything he knew, but to do the same in Greenmount, he'd never live it down. Not unless you're offering. Me? Trokim Rolim's been thumped off the edge of the dough sheet. I mean, I'm learning to do it, to provide sensation, I mean, in addition to process it, but I'm by no means qualified to teach. Gunter hung his head. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. No, you should have. Trokim set his spin aside. Please don't feel bad. Not with me. I know it can be hard to talk about. You don't seem to have any trouble. Gunter knew he was being unfair. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, wanted to call them back. He bit his lip. I'm sorry. I spoke without thinking. Uncle Sylvester says. Trokim shrugged his concern away. I do. You don't seem to have trouble. Okay, I don't now. That's true. I've been at the Sanguine Horse for 2 years now. We have a lot of freedom here, but neither Lorelli nor Tavel approves of talking around things. One of the first piece of advice Cressida gave me about being here, even before I was hired, was to ask for what I want. Anything you want? Anything you want? Wanted? It's dialogue. Anything you wanted? Trokim grinned. Including that, yes. It took all my courage, but I asked if she'd beat me when we were touring the dungeons together. And she said yes? Nope. The grin turned rueful. Some people like one side of the game, some others, and many like both. Cressida and I, it turns out, both prefer to be bottoms. So she said no, and I said all right, and we continued with the tour. I think I would have died. I considered it. If I could have melted through the floor, I think I would. But I'd just been offered a job after months of searching, and we were in the dungeon. I wasn't sure I could get out without her. So what happened? We continued the tour. Then we finished the dungeon, went upstairs, and she showed me her bedroom and her bed. You mean, she offered sexual intercourse in plain language, and I turned her down. Trokim shook his head. My head was still spinning from the job offer and the dungeon, and we decided another time would be better. But the thing is, she wasn't offended. Not when I asked for something she didn't want to give, nor when I declined the offer she made. It was hard to imagine, but Gunter had no reason to doubt his friend. Yeah, and it's normal here. Not in Capital, but at the Sanguine Horse. Trokim took a breath. The first time I met Tavel, like to talk to, he asked if I wanted him to beat me, and his beating are brutal. At least the ones I'd seen. You didn't run? Maybe I should have. Trokim laughed, but no, I didn't think I could make it to the door. I couldn't even look away from his eyes, and he kept asking the same question until I answered it. What did you say? Trokim laughed, but the memory of Nurse came through. Okay. I'd rather not. And what did he say? Trokim lowered his voice in imitation. That's what I thought. Gunter shook his head. This may... the imitation, as direct as it is like that, maybe too much in Trokim's head. I say this mainly because Gunter has no frame of reference. He's never spoken to Tavel. He's never heard Tavel speak. So there's, I think if you don't want to take out an imitation, I think there should be a doubt added to it. Trochim lowered in voice, comma, in imitation maybe, and then that's what I thought. Gunther shook his head. If he already knew, why even ask the question? Did he not know how threatening it sounded? It sounds. Or, yep, lowered his voice, clearly mimicking another speaker. Yep. Oh, I've no doubt he knew exactly what he was doing. Trochim smiled wryly. He wanted to make sure I could say no to him, even if I felt threatened, because if I couldn't say no, this wouldn't be a safe place for me to be. Gunter swallowed. Is he going to do that to me? Not unless you're planning to stay. Trochim sighed. It scared me half to death at the time, but in his own way, he was protecting me. Guests and clients, we can work around their issues, but nobody can keep their guard up all the time. Tavel can read a no from the muscle in your neck when he's focused on and working, but it is work. And when he's tired and hungry or distracted, when any of us are, we can miss ambiguous signals. My no keeps everyone safe, and it means my yes can be trusted, and mine can't. Can you tell me what you dreamed about me doing out at the pear tree? Trochim grinned. If I promised we could reenact it in the garden here, could you tell me in plain language? Gunter opened his mouth, but no word came out. He tried again. Tree? That's what I thought. Trochim nodded. It's not that I don't trust you. I do. It's that you can't communicate clearly to keep yourself safe. But I know what I want. I can guess. Trochim grinned. I think I can guess pretty well, actually. And if I countered with an offer to take you on my lap and spank your bare bottom, how would that feel? How would that feel? Gunter blushed to the root of his hair. What? Thought you might. But can you ask for it? With grown-up words? Gunter shook his head. They were easy words, no more a syllable each, and he couldn't make them come. Please? I'm not even checked out for normal client yet, let alone ones who are especially fragile. And I'm not able to say the words, and not being able to say the words means you are especially fragile. I'm not that delicate. Mom beat me a lot of time before. The lump in his throat was back. He swallowed. Well, before. Trochim nodded. It's not your rump I'm concerned about. It's your mind. My mind? We think of spanking as easy to endure, especially hand spanking. The force can't get too hard, after all, without hurting the top of the top's hand. But that also makes them more intimate than we sometimes think or see from the outside. Gunter flushed. I didn't feel that way about my mother. No, I don't mean sexual. Though I'm sure it can be when the partner's right. But intimate. There's a closeness to it. For parents or teacher, it's an extension of their guidance. It hurts still, but it's because they care about you. A stranger grabbing you to do the same would just be wrong. All right, give me a moment. Yeah. So when you say intimate, you just mean close? Close and caring, yes. And because caring is such a big part of it, Turkham shook his head and picked up a hunk of cheese and rubbed it very vigorously over the sharp scaled tool. I'm sorry, I'm not explaining well. No, you were doing fine. Gunter watched small shard of cheese fall from the exposed surface of the wheel. I don't feel fragile. And you're not, usually. But what your mind did, kicking out like that, the intimacy leaves you vulnerable. It would never have felt good to be asked to leave. Okay. But what your mom did, kicking you out that way. The intimacy leaves you vulnerable. It would never have felt good to be asked to leave, but in that moment, I can only imagine the pain. Okay, all right. Gunter swallowed again, keeping his eyes on the rising mound of grated cheese. Trokim did not need to see him cry. It was years ago. If he cried now, after all this time, Trokim would never believe he was strong enough. The blond man reached out to touch his hand. It's all right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to touch a sore spot. It's all right. Gunter's voice wavered. It is. I'm fine now. You're hurting, and I don't know how to make it stop. There was almost as much pain in Trokim's eyes as in Gunter's heart. I don't want to say no to you, but I want to hurt you even less. But I kind of want you to hurt me. The words were barely audible, but he couldn't make them louder. I know the feeling. Another hand pat, and Trokim went back to grating the cheese. Maybe Lorelli would have the skill to work with you, or Taval. Gunter shuddered. Taval sounds terrifying. He is. A grin flickered across Trokim's face. But he's very good at what he does. Have you tried him? Trokim's face colored. Not yet. Gunter stole a pinch of grated cheese and popped it into his mouth. And I don't see that you're in position to say. I've worked with Lorelli, though. Trokim frowned at the reduced pile of cheese, but continued grating. You said you'd taken a lesson with her. Still do. Couldn't you ask her how to deal with it? With it? Or with you? Trokim bit his lip. Honestly, Gunter, I'm not comfortable. If something went wrong and I were on my own, if we were on our own and in one of the dungeons or something, spanking isn't difficult, but it's if something unexpected. Hey, are you stealing my cheese? Gunter tried to chew unobtrusively. If you're hungry, you should have said something. Trokim put the grater down his grater. Wait here, and don't eat any more of the grated cheese. Gunter swallowed what was in his mouth. Does that mean I can slice it from the wheel? If you must. Trokim stacked dry rhomboid of dough in the basket and carried it through the door to the kitchen. His voice drifted back through it. Stay there. Alrighty, we are going to have an advertising, streamer to battle, and then I'll be back to bring this to an end, even though there's still a bit to read. Battle! Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 63 allies. We're going up against 64 enemies. And Arcten, Telemetro starts us in the lead. Zithral was in second. Nope. Saffron is now in second. Shaka is in third. Zithral, nope. Yes, no. Insoraptor is in third. Arcten is in first. Saffron is in second. Insoraptor is in third. Saffron jumps to first place. Arcten is in second. Insoraptor is in third. I and Insoraptor and others have killed epics. Couldn't keep track. The pole positions were too entertaining. Saffron's in first place. Arcten is in second. Arcten is in first. Saffron is in first. Arcten is in second. Insoraptor is in third. And I believe that we're done. There we go. We've won. Arcten Telemetros is in first place. 2 kill, 22 assist. Saffron Moonpire is in second place. 1 kill, 23 assist. Insoraptor is in third. 15 kill, 6 assist. We've got gold. And no lady. So the captain gets the gold. We've got Centurions. We've got Musketeers. We've got nobody claiming those. So, Mavin Maverick gets a musket. Saffron Moonpire gets shielded. And we are done for the day. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a very hard battle. We will have gold, the boss, and whatever the next map brings. I hope to see you then. Yeah. This is nice. This feels different. This come across more as a primer than a story proper. It's a scene with a very specific purpose. And this is not saying it's wrong. The fact that this is written for a specific audience actually means it's correct. So long as this fits what your audience is expecting. This feels as if this is what, I'm going to use BDSM for lack of a better word, is wrapped around two characters interacting. It feels a lot as if such a scene in a different story would have been cut apart and spread through the entire story, where it's all written in one scene. It's well done. It's engaging. The interaction between Gunter and Trokim is quite nice. But to me, that's still there. And not in a distracting way, not in a, oh, why is she doing that? It fit. But I see it, like, where, because a lot of that is covered in Trokim's story. Not in this specific way, but it happens throughout a bunch of different interaction spread over a lot of time. So it comes across less as this is you explaining to us, the readers, how a place like I forgot the name of the place. Sanguine, a place. It's less like you explaining how a place like the Sanguine Horse works, and more like, Trokim experiencing what it means to be in there, and in the process providing us the information. We end up because restores my, yes, but I think that if this had been, well, as in Trochim's story, you don't sit us down for 10,000 or 15,000, 1,500 words, 15,000 words, and tell us what it's about. It's cut up and spread all over the place. Is this a longer story, or is this the totality of it? I'm sorry, but one a group about content. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, the format forces your hand a little bit, and within that, I think you do a very good job. Like I said, it is engaging. It is interesting. Trochim is less ignorant. Yes, that is true. But again, it's about the format. Like you said, Trochim had more time. So yeah, like this is a very nice read. Gunter is an interesting character, and it's nice to see Trochim, more at ease. And it allows for something like that. It fits what's happening and all that. So got about 5 minutes, Anks. Two things. Do you have someone you want me to raid? And is there something very specific you want me to comment on? Do I think it's got potential for a general audience? Okay. If you mean will a general audience appreciate it, that's not a guarantee. It is still dealing with a subject matter that you cannot be certain a general audience will care for. But that statement is true regardless of what you write. What I can say is that this will not get you banned anywhere. This is written with a language that is not offensive, that is not explicit. So, yeah, like I don't see, like this would not get you in trouble, unless somebody has an agenda. It's not just one person. Yeah. This could be left on the table, and I would not be concerned about, which adult picks it up. At very worst, they would look at it, go, not for me, and put it back down. Yeah, this is definitely has potential for not meant to be shoved with the Disney film. Um, eh, I'm not familiar. I want to say there's some Disney film that probably come close to that. Well, actually, no. There are some Disney film that come close to that. They're just kind of forgotten because a lot of people forget that the Black Cauldron is Disney. Disney got into fetish film. This should be it. Alrighty. Alright, so let me take a look then who's currently online. Alrighty. I chop out the reminder for the next time. Oh, you are quite welcome. Alrighty, so I'm gonna bring, with this being done, I will bring the stream to an end with a raid to Nerdarine. Is that not how it's spelled? It is, it just needs more letters. The opinion that, no. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping us company. Thank you, Angst, for the privilege of letting me read and comment on your story. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon on The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good rest of the week, a good holiday, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you